Mm, 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 mm. Oh, I'm cold. Oh, man, I can't wake up this morning. All right. What do we got here? Almost 9 o'clock. And we are just not really much happening. Kind of made a double bottom here at 41.82. And we made new highs. But yeah, 41.93, 41.80. 41.82 is definitely an area to keep our eyes on. But we have ISM manufacturing PMI coming out in 9 o'clock. No, 10 o'clock. I don't expect much movement until 10 o'clock. I'm just going to be chilling, taking it easy. Probably more interested right now in CL trade. So we've sold off pretty heavy already overnight. Kind of sitting at this 75 area. Now, if we get down to 74.60, very choppy right here, but 74.80. Do expect this to bounce, but probably wait for confirmation till we get above 75.35, or wait till I have a confirmation here. Also, you'll notice I changed a little bit, changed my layout. Just I trade most. This is my price action chart. What I use trade price action, and primarily I'm trading off of price action. So I just changed it to my main chart, and then this is the sniper chart that I do also use for confirmation entries. But I'll be entering all my trades on this chart very likely. There's a chance I might. Basically, these two are trading the same account. we have 19 funded accounts that we're trading, and we're trying to actually, let's just look at our profit and loss. You can see profit and loss wasn't too bad, and then Friday we took a big hit. We had a bad day Friday. Multiple, yeah, I just traded terrible. I had some just bad entries and was not happy with how I traded. But that's basically where we're at right now. $2,600 in the red, which we have 19 accounts. So what is that? About $140 across all accounts, 140 per account that we're down. So it's easy, it's recoverable. It's not astronomical, but still not something I'm happy with. So yeah, I'm basically just looking to make good entries and let my winners run, try and be more patient. I was, again, reviewing all my trades this past week, and my entries weren't good. I was entering kind of without really good confirmation, and then the other thing I noticed that I'm changing this week, I noticed that my stop losses were not tight enough. Like especially on Friday, I had a trade where my stop loss should have been 8 ticks, and I actually moved it to 13 ticks. So that's 5 extra ticks that really there's no need for it. All right, let's look at CL here. Made new lows. Now we're bouncing pretty hard off that, but we're right at the EMA. This would be an area where I would consider a short. But also, okay, so I changed my ATM strategy to, yeah, I have it. It's going to be, I'm going to test it out for this week. My stop losses are a lot tighter. So I have I think 7 or 8, I think a 7 tick stop loss. And basically my goal for that, I can move my stop loss like a little bit, but I'm actually not sure if I've ever shown this. But let me just show you now. So, pagers, I think is where it is. I actually have a hang on, let me find. I have so many indicators here. Hang on, let's just look over here. But basically, I have let me just find stop lock. Yeah, that's what it's called. So Apex has a stop lock is what it's called, where basically it will not allow you, I'm just going to change this so everything is correct. But basically what the stop lock does is it prevents you from moving your stop loss. And I can set it here, but right now I'm going to set it to 4 ticks. So right now by default, my stop loss is at 7 ticks. And that is primarily where I want to have my stop loss. And my main goal is to be more focused on having better entries, where if I'm wrong, I can have a tight stop loss and get out. So, but with this stop lock, it allows me to have flexibility on that stop loss of 4 ticks. So I can technically move that stop loss. Excuse me. I can move it by 4 ticks, but I can't move it more than that. And when I enter a trade, you'll see what I mean. Now let me add it to this chart. Actually thought I had it on this chart, but it makes sense that I don't. Okay, so you just add it here, and you can add tick offset. That will basically show you, or that is the amount of flexibility that it will allow you to move your stop loss. But basically, a lot of times, or almost all the time that I move my stop loss, or I've reviewed, like from reviewing my trades, it's when I'm too emotional trading. So yeah, I want to definitely focus this week on getting better entries. And if I don't have a good entry, it's, obviously not ideal, but then at least just get out. But man, this CL trade is really making a move here. Been thinking about. Now, if we make it above these highs, I mean, I'd like to see, this is a pretty strong move. Again, I was looking for a bounce on CL this morning. Looks like we're getting it, but I don't want to enter just, I do want to wait for a little bit of a pullback. But sometimes with CL, like as you can see here, sometimes with CL, there are no pulls. Like it can just rip straight higher. And it's pretty crazy, but right here we are at the VWAP. So very interesting if we can just rip through this VWAP. But definitely a pretty strong move here. Should have, I mean, it was definitely, so here I had an entry. Had a confirmation entry on this long. I mean, at that point I wasn't really looking to go long, but now this is kind of setting up for an entry short, but I don't, this big of a move, and we have, I don't know that I trust in that it's going to be a reversal. I'm more looking for a pullback entry, so we'll keep an eye out for it. But we need to do the chart, the stop lock on this one. What am I doing? What am I doing? Here we go. Stop lock, 4 ticks, apply. Okay. All right, so I'm trying to think how I could show. Actually, I bought an evaluation account just because the 90% sale ends. I see actually here take here. Big. But yeah, Apex, their 90% sale ends tonight at 11:59 p.m. So if you want to get discounts, do it now. So I know, yeah, I picked up a. Sure, I can spell right. So I picked up actually. What did I pick up? A $250,000 account. Yeah, right here you can see. So I picked up an account basically. So for my 19 funded accounts, I want to trade the ES. Like I want to use the chart of ES to trade or to enter and exit trades. But on my funded accounts, I want to actually trade the micros, just not as much risk. And anyway, so in order to do that, I basically have an evaluation account as my parent account on the trade copier, and then I cross order everything over to the micros. So that's kind of why I wanted to get an evaluation account, just so I can use it as my parent account. Yeah, kind of is what it is. I don't really have need for it. I don't know what not sure what I'll do if I actually get it funded, but whatever. Cross that bridge when we get there. So, but yeah. Oh, I forget what I was. Oh, the stop. Yeah. So I'm going to just use that $250,000 account just to show an example of the stop loss. Let's just make sure I have the right account. Makes me nervous. Yes, that's the right account. We're just gonna go long here. Hello. Why is it not filling me? There we go. So you can see my stop loss is right here. So now if I move my stop loss down to here, see how it just snaps right back up to where it was? It's pretty cool. So if I move it down, oh, nope, you're not allowed to do that. Boom, puts it right back up where it belongs. Now I can move it 4 ticks and then I'm okay. It'll allow me to do that, but once I move it more than that, boom, it'll snap right back to the original. So just another, maybe I'll do a video on that, but just another way of risk management, keeping your stop loss. Obviously, there's ways around it. There's ways around everything. It does help me. Keeps me sane. Well, I don't want to just get out of this. Not that it matters, I guess. Also, just FYI, today I will be probably trading till around 12:30. Then I have a meeting that I need to be a part of for a couple hours. I might be back in time for the close, but might be a little bit shorter day today. The other thing I did this weekend, so I listened to the audiobook Tom Haggard, Hogard. I think it's Hogard. Tom Hogard, his book, The Best Loser, and definitely, yeah, I found it very interesting, and I think yeah, it's very important to be a good loser. And I reviewing my trades yesterday or last week and how everything was going, and I was definitely not a good loser. Easier said than done. All right, what's the CL trade looking like? I had a micro pullback, I would call it. It did pull back kind of this previous level right here. Now we're trying to make new highs again. Now this is interesting here. We failed to make new highs. We're right against this VWAP. This would be a failed first attempt higher. We come down but don't make lower lows. Could be an entry long, but always cautious with CL trades. For CL, I tend to be a little more heavily weighted toward technicals than I am on price action. It just I work looking, following CL for a long time. Seems like CL really follows technical, so I'm always a little bit more mindful of that. Wow, look at this big bullish candle here. It's going to close above this high here. Oh man, I feel like it would. I mean, it's 921. Definitely an opportunity here that you could buy looking for, basically a move like pretty sharp move upward if we break this high. But we're very close to the open. Don't want to really be in a trade during the open. First 5 minutes of the open, I don't want to be in a trade. So we shall wait. Well, did not make new highs here. Oh, I forgot I was even in this trade yet. There we go. All right, now I gotta make sure I'm on the right account. If you're just joining us, that was a trade to show an example of how the stop lock works. All right, I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. All right, we are back. All right, 9:27. We got 3 minutes till open. They're just waiting. All right. All right, are we going to bounce off this 4182 support? We have, if we look here, got pretty decent support right here at 4182. Again, not looking to enter a trade right here at the open. One thing that I just, I was, Saturday I spent almost all day reviewing all my trades of Thursday and Friday, my two bad days where I was just mentally frustrated. I shouldn't have been trading, to be honest, but I obviously was. But reviewing that, it all started Thursday morning. When I look back and kind of going through my mind again, I had a really good setup that I called out everything. I was, committed to making the trade and then I missed it. I was not paying attention when it hit and it moved really fast, so I missed out on the trade. And it would have been a 20 point, it moved 20 points in a matter of 2 minutes. So that really messed with me, and it was just downhill from there. I chased it, got stopped out. It was an ugly couple of trades, and it even carried over into Friday, and that's definitely something that I need to be better at, not letting that affect me. And if it does affect me, be honest with myself that it is affecting me, and then walk away. Go take a breather. Go reset your mind. If I can't do that, then I need to stop trading for the day. So, not be naive and think, it doesn't matter, it doesn't affect me, and I can just push through it. That doesn't work. So, just a lot of notes, mental, psychological stuff. Obviously, I think trading is 90% psychology and about 10% strategy. I really believe that. A CL trade here. This is starting to get really interesting. We just bumping our head against this VWAP, but we had our first failure. Now, usually if we get above this candle, we could have an entry right here for a long. And it's 931. I'm looking for this to push. The reason I'm looking for it to push above is just this strong push up. Let me look here. Not liking this price action here, so there's a good move, but we'll wait. We'll wait for a better setup. We could easily go up, bounce, hit our head right here on this VWAP again and drop down lower. But definitely wouldn't be a bad trade right there. Now, obviously, right here will be the key. If we could push past that, then we'd be good. Obviously, it doesn't move. All right, so here we are, just sitting, chopping right at VWAP. Nothing to see, nothing to enter here. There's no reason to enter anything there. This is just my main thing. Could have entered there and okay, there we go. Now we just popped above. So would have been a good entry there. Couple points. But now we're coming down right away again. That's an ugly looking candle right there. Glad I didn't enter. I could have, maybe I would have taken profit right up here. Would have, but this kind of really quick move. That's what I don't like about trading at the open. Because you can be in profit and just like that be stopped out. So all right, so here, nothing really happening. I think obviously people, we're waiting on 10 o'clock news, so very likely we'll just kind of be chopping in this range. We might go top and bottom of this range, but 10 o'clock we have ISM PMI coming out. That's pretty, yeah, it's red, so that'll move the market, and probably a lot of people just waiting on that. So we shall do the same. Okay, now we're breaking above here on the S. Obviously, overall trend, overall kind of consensus on the market. I forget where I have my. This is 60-minute chart. Obviously, we're gonna stay bullish. I think this overall market, we have to be thinking we're going to continue higher, but we do have this 41.95, 41.98 range that we need to get above. We need to get above this before I'm going to be really convicted to a bigger move up. Also, keeping in mind that we have the last 2 days has been big moves up. So, not saying it can't do it 3 days in a row, but usually you will see some resting. I call the market resting a little bit. So could happen, but if we push above into this 4,200 range, this thing could just rip higher. Who knows? I guess said last week, market can only go up. But I do need to get better at trading a uptrending, like a slow uptrending market. I really need to improve my mentality and my trading on a slow uptrending day. There we go, ripping higher on CL here. So we broke above this, what we were looking for, but then we just ripped lower, probably stopped everyone out, that was looking for that move, stopped everyone out, and then we really ripped higher. So yeah, it's a fake out. I would have gotten stopped out. I would have probably maybe taken my initial profit, but then if I wouldn't have, I would have gotten stopped out. It would have ripped higher. So obviously also the CL does have a gap to fill all the way up to 76.62. People really like playing that gap fill. Me personally, I don't really look into that. Like, I think historically, if you actually look at the data, only like 50% of gaps get filled the same day. So to me, it's a 50-50 shot, which kind of is for anything and everything, but not that big of a. It's not like some people make it out to be that, hey, we're going to fill the gap 80% of the time or something. I don't, it's not true. This ES, you're pulled back as well to the VWAP. Now we're trying to probably get up to this 4194 area, I assume. All right, what do we got? CL. I mean, if you entered here and you were able to sustain this little stop hunt here, I don't see how you would have, in a reasonable area to have your stop would have been 75.25, but I guess maybe. And but yeah, this is would have been a nice move up, or just enter. Basically, I could only justify entering again after this break of 75.45, 43, which would have still been a nice move. All right. Trying to get some drawings and stuff updated here. Be careful. I start talking to myself as I'm doing my drawings stuff. Let's see what CL's doing. Yeah, just kind of hanging out. I'm at a 35-point move right there. Well, I was expecting this thing to bounce. It did. Didn't really have a good entry though, or a really chance. Right here, it was right at the open. Didn't want to enter. Hey, 9:45. Some numbers coming out at 9:45. I don't think so. Guess there might be. 10 o'clock is when I think the real deal will be coming out, or that what will move the market. Okay, yes, we're up to high here. Hmm. Hmm. Are we gonna push above? Okay, there goes CL making its move. I mean, honestly, I don't really see. We could like 76.25 would be our first line of resistance here. I don't really. I don't like drawing any trend lines and stuff on my charts, as you've probably seen. I don't know. I just don't like it. I feel like I don't know. Don't like it. Wow. Okay. ES made new highs. Wow. Okay. Now pulling back a little bit, but I mean, definitely confirming our consensus that I mean, we made new highs from this, but that's not like we need to get above 4198 is, I mean, honestly, 4200 is what we need to get above. Just that even round number is is kind of what I'm looking at. If I'd be long heading up into 4,200, I'd definitely be taking profit at 4,200. So that does remind me. So, I mean, I was spending a lot of time this week, and actually, I think I've got through about 3/4 of the. Oh, hang on, I gotta take this. All right, sorry about that. We're back. Oh, I forgot that I had someone scheduled to come pick up my mower today. Hate it when that happens. So we were running. All right, ISM ready to come out here in 2 minutes. Definitely moved higher here, just kind of still not making any really. I guess we did almost touch the 41.98, but now this is interesting. Pull back to the EMA again. Always how my entries work is trade with a trend and then wait for a pullback, or wait till a trend establishes and then wait for a pullback to an EMA, and then wait for a bar close above the previous candle to confirm an entry. Pretty simple rules. It is sometimes, I think, would be better to wait for a second entry, like a second attempt long. Like if this goes up and fails, comes back down and tries it again, to enter there. I know there's people that do that as well, but that's just my trading style, I guess. Okay, here we go. 1 second. News coming out right now. Ooh, huge spike down right to the VWAP. Wow, that always hesitant. This initial move can always be a fake out, just a better buying opportunity for some of the big boys. Does feel like, I don't know, are we gonna rip higher now? But I'm not. Yeah, this is where I don't want to touch anything until this settles down. And we did a little bit of a spike now. This is going lower, I would assume. Maybe not. Okay, no, now like it wants to go higher. Who knows? This is a good example of get chopped out here, entering and trying to play the news like that. Not a good idea. What CL pulling back here a little bit, probably with the news. Oh well, it's been kind of boring. Been kind of boring. All right, what's ES doing? Oh, nothing. Man, glad I'm not in Okay, now we're selling off here. CL. What do we got going on here? Potential long entry there, but I don't buy that. Also potential long here on ES now. Wow, look at that. Sold down and just straight back. Choppity, choppity, chop. Okay, this is, I mean, this is just too much chop here, but same with CL. You have a confirmation here. Hmm. Not interested. Yeah, that was a fake out on CL. And faked out to the downside, and now it spiked up. And I don't know what this market is doing, but I ain't interested. Hmm. Here we go. We're gonna make make new highs here. Be a risky entry here, but we're above this body. We went down to the EMA. Are in an uptrend. I could convince myself. To get these to get bigger. Oh, I'm glad we didn't enter on that one either. There's so much chop, and chop is like a big range too. Not fun trading. There we go, higher. This makes me want to go long. But right here at this level, I want to do that. This would be a risky short. And there we go, selling off again. I shouldn't say selling off. Just, yeah, crazy, man. Just there's no way to trade this. I mean, yeah, you could trade it. Ugh, ugh. Oh, there we go. Oh, that was a nice bounce right off the VWAP here. Then we just sold off right away again. Oh wow, look at this sell off. Hmm, that's a nice move. Oh wow, are we just gonna keep going lower? Or is this just a pullback to make newer highs? That's the question. All right, are we gonna bounce off this VWAP again? So here, okay, this is an interesting setup. So if we break below this body candle here, I that makes me want to short. Basically, we've tried bouncing off this VWAP, we failed. We tried again, and now this is our second fail. Usually we'll push through. And we are it's just an ugly chop fest. Man, this really, yeah, it's ugly. Ugly. Now, anytime I see candles like this where it's a long wick, a higher high, and also a long wick, higher high, also a long wick, that is almost always a sign that we're going to push higher. But too risky for me. Okay, here we go. Kind of thinking, man, this, I just don't trust this price action right now. This would be a good entry here, but I don't know. Might be worth the risk here to go. We're going higher. This will be key right here. Now I'm not interested anymore. Okay, see that? Wow. If I would have entered, I would have gotten stopped out. That was a stop hunt right there. Would have gotten stopped out. So now, okay, I'm gonna, if I get filled here, fine. If not, gonna run without me. Well, feels bad. Okay, now hang on. Eh, hmm. Would have had a good end. I mean, I just didn't get filled. Wait, I did get filled. What? See, that's where the micros, I'm switching over on micros, but now I can't get, I mean, I have to flatten everything just to get out of the trade. And I'm not sure. That is why I put this screen up over here so that I am always know what position, if I have any positions open. And it's also for the stream, just part of, being transparent. But that is, I had a similar thing happen the other day, and it's definitely something to keep in mind when you're doing cross orders. It wouldn't, like, it'll fill the micros first before it will fill the normal contract for some reason. I'm just gonna get out because I can't. Only thing I hate about that then is my ATM strategy and everything is I can't use it. Like, it won't work. I have to flatten everything. Is the only way that I can really close my trades, which, yeah, it'll probably rip higher now. Probably should have just kept it, but kind of harder to manage the trade that way. But At least we got filled. I thought we didn't. And yeah, yes, I'm okay with that. Okay, do I need to? I forgot to pop all here that I need. But anyway, we were still, hey, profit is profit. But yeah, I gotta make sure I keep looking here and making sure that I'm my open positions, which is why I added this. You'll see I changed my layout quite a bit. Changed it to, this is my main screen that I trade from. This is where I check my entries, kind of confirmations. I'll do a video sometime in the future, better explaining this sniper chart from Apex and basically just kind of how I use it and the indicators and stuff that I like. Oh, sorry, Jim. I just now saw your message. No, I hadn't. Well, I guess it. Yeah, I mean, I just took a trade there, but previously I took a trade on just an eval account that I'm not using to test my or basically to showcase the ATM strategy that I am going to use going forward. But other than that, no. I wish I would have just held this. Should have been a little more patient, especially considering this might rip. But I would have held it if I would have had an ATM and I would have actually had my fill like it was supposed to, but it didn't. It filled everything except for the actual mini contracts. The micro contracts, it filled all of them. Very interesting. That is something I have noticed over the time I've been trading is it when you're doing the cross orders, the micros will fill quicker, faster than what the mini contracts will fill. Not sure why. Probably just a price discrepancy. A little bit, I guess. I don't know. Hey, pull back, now going higher. How are we looking on CL? Well, we did rip higher. Now again, we're right at this EMA. See this pattern? Came down, right up to the EMA, pulled back. Lower lows, lower highs. This does have the potential of an entry. I mean, technically, my entry, this bar here honestly isn't a great bar to have an entry on. Kind of a bullish bar. So I'd rather this bar here would have closed down here, and then if we go below that, then I would have an entry. This here just is, I don't like that. So we'll pass, and it does look like it might go higher here. Well, here we go. We failed to make new highs on this push up. Now we're selling back down. I could have held that trade for a little longer, but this I would have gotten stopped out anyway. But hindsight's 2020. I think like so reading that book, The Best Loser. The Best Loser Wins, I think is the title. Now I forget his last name. But I mean, he has an interesting concept, and obviously it's his trading strategy, but he that book really focuses on having a different mindset than the normal trader, which I get. But one thing I mean, just completely, yeah, he really preaches about adding to your winners. And, you know, and he makes a good point. So he asks the question of, okay, why is it easier to add to your loser than it is to add to your winner? And I think most people would answer that with, well, you're getting a better price, so therefore, like, you kind of the supermarket mentality. And I think by default, we almost have that mentality, maybe, where we go to the supermarket and last week the eggs were $5 a dozen, and now this week we go in and we see that eggs are at $2.50 a dozen. Instinctively, we want to buy a lot more. Like, we want to buy a bunch because we know it's a good deal. And that concept does work for the supermarket, and rightfully so. But his point was just in trading that doesn't work, and that he feels like that's where a lot of traders go wrong. Because, but man, this move here bounced, came down to this EMA, now pushing higher again. Man, it's ripping. It is ripping higher. This is kind of the momentum move that might take us to the 4,200 range. Looks tempting to get on that train. Hmm. Yeah, we're kind of stuck here a little bit. Oh wow, there we go. Ah, That's that's the move I was, oops, sorry, hoping to be a part of, but hmm. Okay, now the key is, are we gonna hold? Oh, man. I'm glad we didn't take this short off the CL EMA here. This has the potential of giving a short signal, but obviously a trend is obviously up today. We're above VWAP, we're above EMA. I'm going to try really hard not to short. When we're above EMA, when we're above VWAP, I'm not shorting. I mean, I don't want to say never, never, but I'm going to look for longs. Let's put it that way. At least I'm going to try. I struggle in that area, but I'm going to try. Definitely struggling to get up to this 4,200 level. It seemed like it's going to pull back again, having the battle. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Might get there right here, or not. Well, we tried, couldn't get there. Well, Man, this is a sucky day for trading. I mean, as far as what the best moves have been is, probably trading this top of the channel. And I don't like really drawing. I don't like putting drawings on my chart, but this is what I mean. Like this top of the channel right here, is got pretty good results, but you're trying to pick tops. Or, buying the bottom of the channel here, probably the smarter play. This was maybe the top is a little bit cleaner, I would say, but you would have still been okay doing the bottom of the channel. Okay, are we going to try and make new highs here? We barely touched the 14 EMA. Okay, here we go. I'm going to try and shoot above it. Needs to get above this channel up into the 4,200 range to really be bullish. And we gonna make new highs here. Oh, there it went. There she blows up to the 4,200. This is a pretty big psych level and resistance level. Very curious what happens here. If we make a pullback here, we make a pullback here into this area right here, 41.97, 98. I'm definitely interested in a long right there. Here it comes. Come on down. Can we catch a runner here? Don't just rip up without me. Come down, take a little rest, give me time to enter, and that's what we want. Not just a little whoosh and boosh. We got a visitor. On in. What's up, bud? Oh, you want to show me something? Okay. Hey. Whoa! It's okay. Oh. Please not. And we're back. Well, it did go without me, huh? What do we got going on? CL alerts firing off. Hey, Chad. Hey, thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's been a slow morning, to be honest. Not a whole lot of good setups for me. I did So one trade where I kind of, yeah, I guess I was in this. I got a small trade in, but ooh, there's a rip down on CL. All right, we're above 4,200 now. Are we gonna? Yeah, what? We really just gonna do a slow grind up day again? I don't know why I find that so hard to accept, I guess. Hang on. Howdy. Hey. Hello. Hey. Hello. Hello. Come on. Careful. Careful, careful. All right, we're back. What did I miss? Not a whole lot. Might have saved me from an injury actually right here, to be honest. How's CL looking? We've been pretty much chopping around as well. Not really any good. I don't know. Just not a lot. Not a lot that I'm seeing. Who knows? We might come back down to this bottom end of the channel again. Retest this before we try to make newer highs. How we've kind of been doing it. Why change now? All right, is this another attempt? Ooh, there we go, going lower. Interesting. All right, now what's going to happen when we get to the bottom of this range? I honestly wouldn't be shocked if this was the high of the day and we started selling off. But who knows? Okay, now this has this. Okay, what do we got going on CL here? Double check. Ooh. Came right up to that VWAP. This would be a signal bar long. But we got to get above this. I like this setup. Closed above. All right, I'm gonna go on. I'm gonna go in this trade again. Here I am gonna move my stop loss to 1 tick below this. Open the body part of the bar, but a little bit of a tight. We're right at the VWAP. I mean, reason I like it is this body closed above it. I'm hoping for a push up to these, like the top of another channel here. Not like this, so there we go. Rip up. Might get stop hunted here. It is what it is. But again, yeah, I'm gonna get stopped out. Well, it was a fake out. Looking for a move higher and just probably didn't make a big enough move above the VWAP here to really do an entry maybe in hindsight, but all right. Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked at all if this thing ripped higher now. Just stop hunting me. But over the weekend I decided I'm gonna make my ATM strategy. I'm gonna have my stop losses a lot tighter, and just I had a little bit too many larger losses than I thought I like to see. But of course, here we go. Now we're gonna rip higher. That's unfortunate, but man, that happens a lot. So in this case, in hindsight, like I've thought of, okay, what if I would, when my entry point is right there, and I just wait for a little more of a pullback in the entry in here, but it's so sus then because I don't like it. Because then two different things can happen. You can just continue to rip against you, or it'll never do a pullback and you'll miss a big move. And I'd rather do this route and enter, get stopped out, than missing a big move. Oh wow, look here. So this might have actually been part of the reason we got stopped out too, is ES had a big sell-off right then. Yeah, we lost this channel. This thing is null and void. But we shall sit on our hands and wait. All right, are we gonna rip back up, try and test this high again? These are always plays where it's like, I kind of hate it, because here, if I enter here, well, my stop will almost need to be right here, which is a little bit bigger of a stop. Now, again, I could wait till I see a little pullback and see if I can get a better fill, maybe right here. But then I don't really have an actual valid signal entry, to be honest. But oh well. Okay, I'm going. Oh wow, there we ripped higher now. See, okay, so here's where I'm like, this is where I've gotten hurt the last couple, like 3 or 4 days, where you should almost be trading a channel, like the top and bottom. You should be trading, and I'm trading for pullback. And the pullbacks are too deep and there's too heavy of a pullback for it to basically just stop me out. Now, saying like this would have worked, like if you enter right here at the top, but that isn't an entry. That's just picking tops. So really, the entry is right here, like right where we're at. You know, we had a big downtrend, a pull back up to the EMA. Now we close below this body, and like right here below this, that's my entry. And that's, I guess, where I need to either have more conviction on my setups. But the last couple of days, I've gotten faked out on all of them. It feels like all of them. And, I feel like, of course, now this one would have worked, but yeah, I feel like, is the market shifting, and are we not seeing the pullbacks like we have, or is this just a minor thing and I just push through it, continue doing the same strategy, and if you're going to win some, lose some, maybe it's just that. I have a tendency to overanalyze and overthink things, so probably should just stick to my strategy and I'll pull through. But easier said than done. Yeah, that would have definitely been. I mean, these are such long candles. Like it's a basically 11 tick candle. An 11 tick candle, then your stop is at 12, 12, 13 ticks, and it's just more than what I want to. It's more than what I have my stop. But hey, you know what? The other thing I noticed, I need to cut down on how many trades I'm taking, so just chill. Just gonna take it easy. This is like I said, I don't know. This could have been the high of the day right here. Man, this was in hindsight, this looks like such a good entry for me. Couldn't pull the trigger right here. CL, what do we got going on here? Not much. Wow, here we go. This is a pretty nice pop. Here we go. Okay, now again, we're at that moment. We're at that point where a short here or a pullback. Then this is just a pullback and we're going lower. Do we enter? Like technically, my setup is I don't enter until this bar has closed and it's closing down. So ideally, you don't want it closing down all the way down here because it's half of a move that you kind of missed out on, and it's also, yeah, I always like to see them close around here, and then my re-entry is below the body of that bar. But here we go. It might just go again without me. But the first, as soon as I chase it, I'm going to get punished. So I'm just going to be patient and follow my rules. And like now, definitely don't trust this. Man, I can't stop yawning today. DL, what do we got going on here? I mean, it's giving me another signal. So I got a signal entry long here, another signal entry long here. Now another one is forming right here. I'm based off that, I'm gonna go long again. We're gonna have her stop right here. And gotta follow the plan. There we go. I think 10 ticks is our first profit target. Okay, nice. That is not what was supposed to happen. What is with my ATN? Oh man, I so frustrated now. What was that? Okay, I need to edit. I have no idea. But we are just not doing that anymore. I'm not sure what happened there, but that is very frustrating. Just cost me a lot of ticks here. It. I'm so confused because I tested this. Man. I mean, that thing was. So what happened as soon as I hit my 11 ticks, it's supposed to trail. It's supposed to trail, and or my stop is supposed to move up to break even +3. Gives me 8 ticks of wiggle room. Like that's I thought is all it was supposed to do on that ATM strategy, but I was messing around with it. I mean, I even tested it, but I must have messed something up along the way. And make sure it's none. Yeah. Okay. Well, okay. I guess we got that boat taken care of, but that's unfortunate. Got about 10 extra points at least. I mean, we're at the top of the range here now, but whatever. It was a good trade. That's what I like to see. Like, I was in drawdown for maybe 4 to 5 4 ticks. Stop loss was tight, and then it went in my direction. Like, those are the trades that I'm looking for. Like a move. When I enter, I want to see a move. Just sitting there and waiting and seeing it tick a little bit down, down, down. Finally hitting my stop loss. So painful. But obviously here, you know, we did get stopped out because of the tight stop, but I don't know. I'm just gonna track it. Maybe my stop loss is a little bit too tight now. Right now it's at 7 ticks. I can move it to 11 ticks. I can't move it further than that, but we'll see. Keep tabs, and we obviously I'm always looking to improve and revise and whatever we need to do to get better. Now I need to render this drawing. Shoot. Okay, here we go, a bounce. So on this one, obviously we were looking at this pullback entry and it never really, we did not make new lows. Now we're making new highs. This is not enough to confirm that we're in an uptrend. We'd have to get above this for me to confirm that we're going to possibly go up for another test at this 4,200 area. So we'll just keep our eyes peeled. Ooh, now we went up to this VWAP, touched it, and we're feel like this is a trap, but we failed this, but this might be a, if we push down, yeah, I don't think I'll enter, but if we go down below this area right here, I don't know. We got the EMA right here. That makes me nervous. Don't have any signal here for a short. No, wait, this is ES. Sorry. Sure, I'm looking at the right chart. But yeah, there's no signal here for a short. What do we got going on CL? Not much. Okay, right here. Hmm. Okay, glad we stayed out of that, I think. Feels like it's gonna rip higher, but just don't know that I can trust it. There it goes. Wow, CL making. We're gonna hold this area right here. This 35.38 or 75.38 seems good. This area right here, it's been holding pretty steady, except it's one overshoot, but oh man. And we might just go down, might sell off here, who knows? And do we have 11:42? Okay, breaking down below this. Yes, did not end up. Yeah, this is one big fake out bar. Sold it right back down. I mean, these are bars that are, 8-point bars in one move. This is a 2000 tick chart. And here we go, ripping higher. This is insane. Hey, yes. All right. Yeah, bigger sell off here on CL now. All right, yes. Can you make it above VWAP here? And you're gonna test these highs again. I mean, if we zoom out here on this time frame, you know, it's definitely still an uptrend. This is very much intact. So we are not even close to being bearish. So if we know that this is at the bottom of the range, buying here wouldn't be a terrible idea, but you know, if I buy here and it reverses all the way down to here, technically I wouldn't be wrong, but like I don't want my stop down here. That's too big of a stop. So it just sets you up for you enter here and it does a small pullback, you can get stopped out. I don't know. It's tempting though, I will say. Tempting. Go long here. A second. Yeah, I'm just not feeling this. And now it's 11:49, so we're getting into lunch hour, which usually, not always, but usually is kind of slow, kind of choppy usually. Oh, huh. Failing stop, the stop loss is ticks from profit. So you had profit target 11. Those ones. If price is already hitting that stop loss, Ninja will give you those errors. Okay, hang on. Let me just look at that again. Okay, so. Oh, I see. I had it like this, and yeah, I should have had none. And I should basically just keep it like this. The auto trail, yeah, okay. Thank you, David. You're right. I was, I remember now when I was setting this up, yeah, I'm not sure why I did that because I had the stop loss also at 11, and yeah, obviously, basically, I was placing a stop loss above the price, which then will give you those errors. Thank you for that. Now we know. Look at these. So again, here we're having these wicks, pretty nice wicks here, and all of them are higher highs. Always a bullish sign. But we're gonna wait. Let's see how doing. Nothing. Nothing. Not a nix. All right. I need. All right, are we gonna push above now? But man, this is like a really slow grind. All right, did make new highs for this channel. Now, can we get above? There we go, right here. We get above 41.93. Yep, we can. So, I see a little bigger move here above that, but I would consider this now no longer a pullback, and this is now another trend. Now, I guess if this candle would close down, then I would maybe reconsider that, but just expressing my thought process. The reason I do that is when I review my tape, review my trades, I kind of talk through what I'm thinking so that it just helps evaluate when I am watching my trades and learning from it. But yeah, we rejected that, so I don't know. I wouldn't consider this an uptrend. This could turn into a reversal here. If this bar closes above, then I think we're going high. Or I would consider it a new uptrend, I guess. All right, I'm gonna go grab some food, and I'll be right back. All right, we're back. What did I miss? Ooh, we went higher. I had what happened to CL isn't really moving, but ES is just been a slow grind higher. Hmm. All right, we're back. Phone calls, phone calls, phone calls. Yes, that's what happens when you work from home, small time or small business, and trying to trade at the same time. Jay, cute. Oh, hey, yeah. He's funny story. My son, which is like year and a half, I think a year and a half, 17 months old, and I was holding him on my lap once, and he starts hitting my space bar like crazy, and I didn't realize this at the time, but the space bar was set up to buy a contract, and basically buy at market, and I heard the order field go off, and by the time knew what happened, I was 8 contracts in, and I got another phone call. All right, now I'm back again. At least until I get another phone call. Is he mute? Yeah, I was muted. Did he make? Oh, you mean on the trade? So as soon as I saw all the orders go in and that I was filled, thankfully I had my sound turned on, so I actually heard the order filled, order filled, order filled. So I just quickly closed it. Quickly closed it, so I think I lost a little bit of money, but I didn't have the nerve to keep it running. All right, well, we're just a lazy climb up. Yeah. CL, that thing's a chop fest. Nothing to see there. Yeah, just not a lot of opportunities today. And I mean, obviously, right here, when we moved above this 4192 area, when we moved above VWAP, this bar, and again above this 4193, we had kind of talked about moving above that, going long. Obviously, in hindsight, that would have been a nice trade, but at the time, this chop fest is just ugh, made me not want to be a part of it. So, oh wow, now we're pushing. Now that's a breakout. That's what this pullback was, just another long or extra long pullback, so we can make it through these 4,200 level. Now we're at 4,203. Wow. I don't mind jumping in on some of those momentum plays like that, but I was a little bit too slow. But that's what it takes to rip through some of these levels. 4,200 we had. But now we're pulling back. And if we look at the higher time frame on ES, this, 4196. I mean, we're only going up from here, folks. Crazy. After the sell-off we had last week, I did not think we would rip higher the next 3 days like we did. But I have been wrong before, unfortunately. Don't need to look far to see that happen. But honestly, today, this week, or mainly today, my goal was take it slow after 2 losing days like I had. Just want to take it slow, make sure I feel good about my entries. And I do have a different ATM strategy that I'm using now, where I'm basically a little bit tighter stop loss. I'm going to challenge myself to get a little bit better entries and just make sure I take my setups that I have. And if I have a setup, to also make sure that I take it. And yeah, and then obviously not go on tilt like we did on Friday. Nah, that was not fun. But thankfully, I'm very thankful that I have a stop loss on my rhythmic, on the brokerage side of it. Hit that stop loss and I'm out. Nathaniel, are you a full-time trader? No, I'm not. So I am a part-time, not part-time. I'm a part owner. Me and another partner are 50-50 in a small business, and that's, obviously it takes a lot of my time, and also, sometimes I miss trades because I'm on this screen working. I can work from home. I do. Yeah, I'm the CFO, and also I take care of some other things, but basically that takes quite a bit of my time. But I do have time that I can spend and invest in trading. I really enjoy it. So yeah, not full-time trader. I don't really plan on being either, even if this goes really well. I just kind of like doing both, I guess. But I'm very lucky, very blessed that I can do both. I'm in the state of Ohio, the beautiful state of Ohio, where the weather, if you don't like the weather, just wait, it'll change. That's kind of the saying we have here in Ohio. But yeah, cool. I could even give you more of my backstory, which wasn't sure about sharing this, but so I actually grew up, and maybe none of you have ever heard of this, but I actually grew up Amish, and I that lifestyle wasn't for me, and we about 10 years ago we left the Amish. We were still good friends or have good relationship with my parents and everything. So yeah, definitely in a different world. LeBron James state. Yeah, don't get me started. Yeah, he was a villain and then he came back and won a championship, so I'm not gonna say no, he's the GOAT. I still enjoy watching him play. Always, of course, the Lakers always are playing way late at night, so I don't get to watch him a lot, but I enjoy watching him. He's the GOAT. I'm really curious. Actually, is the Lakers series over? I don't even know that I'm not sure about that. Horse-drawn Eagles, yep, horse and buggy. I used to be me. Used to be me back in the day. Flippity clop. Takes an hour to get into town, and it was only, 15 miles away. Had to plan your whole day around just going into town. Okay, they play tonight against the Warriors. So is that their first game? Because the Warriors had game 7 yesterday, right? Very cool. Anyway, are we going to make new highs here again? We just might. There we go. 4204. Okay, they play tomorrow. Yeah, makes sense. Wow, that should be an interesting series. I mean, Golden State's playing better. I know they were struggling they were struggling all year. They had logged off. Yeah, I was not really paying attention, but man, this thing is just going to rip higher. This is where I struggle. Like, and okay, I read the book, The Best Loser, over the weekend. Just, I don't know. The only trading books I read are psychology and that are about mentality in trading. So I read The Best Loser, and man, one of the things he really talked about was the mentality of the average trader, that things can't keep going higher or things can't keep going lower. And it's so true. Like, that's something I fight every day. Like on days like today where we have a big move up, and I'm just like, man, there's no way it's going higher. Yeah, high stakes trader. Yep. Yeah, he has to have deep pockets the way that he trades as well. Like, he talked about how adding to winners versus. I mean, I agree. I mean, I used to. I used to add to my losers, no more. But definitely don't add to your losers. But he really talks about adding to your winners. I mean, I feel like that's kind of a hard sell. Um, Especially I mean, I don't think that would be even remotely possible or smart with like prop firm accounts where you have that trailing drawdown and everything that that you need to deal with. So obviously it wouldn't work for that, but it's still an interesting concept, or it's an interesting read because of just mentally how that affects us. And it intrigued me about, the question he asked was, why is it easier for us to add to losing trades versus adding to winning trades? Like when we are in a winning trade, our tendency and our instinct is to take that profit because we're afraid we might lose it. Versus when we're in a losing trade, our instinct is to double down, and his argument is when you're in profit, the market is telling you that the market is agreeing with your position. So why wouldn't you add more? And then his argument, obviously, when you're losing in a losing trade is, why would you double down? The market is telling you that you're wrong. So obviously doubling down, I 100% agree with that take from him. The double, adding to winners doesn't work for prop firms, but I find it interesting. And I don't know if I would add to, like if it wasn't prop firms, it was just my own money, I don't think I'd add to winners either. But I know people that do. I don't know. It just, I don't know. That makes me nervous, but food for thought. Definitely interesting, very interesting book. I got a lot out of it for sure. Like just especially after, like anytime I go through a losing streak, like I had last week of two days in a row of just bad trading, and it was anything from FOMO to tilt to revenge trading. I mean, I didn't blow up or anything, but in the past, my old self would have probably blown up on Friday, to be quite honest. So I'm glad, and I'm proud of that didn't happen, but I still failed in some areas. There's still that need for improvement and the ability to understand when that is happening, and then the control to walk away. That's what I still need to work on. Of like Thursday, when I missed that big trade, I had a perfect entry and I missed the entry and it went 20 points in my favor in 2 minutes. And that was a trigger for me. I should have at that point realized it and walked away. And I didn't. I ended up chasing, obviously, then things just snowballed from there. But he has some very interesting insights in the mentality thing of, but yeah, I can't. There's not a lot of people that trade like he does. I don't think, or I don't feel like there is. But that is the cool thing about trading. Everyone can have their own strategy. We don't all have to agree with the same method, and we shouldn't really. Like there should be there's different ways to make money. It doesn't always have to be just one way. All right, now we're pulling back. Yeah, in PA count, once you're above that limit threshold, yeah, the consistency rule during the eval. Yeah, no. Now, I'd like to look a little bit more into it. Honestly, I need to on the consistency rule. Nathaniel, do you know when that consistency rule was implemented? Has it always been part of Apex's rules, or did they just do that recently? Okay, right here's an okay. Okay, if we move above If we move above this 4203 area, that's a long signal for me. I really need to take it. I need to be consistent. Now we might not make it up there the way it looks, but it was implemented December because of the 2 payouts. Really? So what what's different? Because and maybe I assume that you haven't seen my video. I've been doing like a video series on payouts, and I've basically been tracking the top traders on Apex Trader Funding, from 900K to around 60K. I mean, not necessarily. Last month there was 180K withdrawal for a one-time withdrawal, or I think actually that was this month. I just assumed, and again, this is me assuming, so the 2 large withdrawals at the end of the year, from what I heard, was because for tax purposes, they withdrew basically everything that was in their account. And those 2 people haven't made a withdrawal since. So you can't have a day more than 30% of your account. Are you saying 30% of your, like, so if I had a $50,000 account, that would mean I couldn't have a day that's more than $15,000 in a day. Is that right? Yeah, good question, Jay. That's what I was wondering too. I don't think so. I mean, that would be pretty stupid. I think they just limit your, so 30%, if someone has a $300,000 account, which I know that's what the guy that withdrew 900,000, he had a $300,000 account. That's 90,000. 90,000 that he could make per account on one day. Which is insane. Like 90,000 in a day, and he had 20 accounts. Like, I don't think he was anywhere close to that. That would be 1.8 million. 50K about balance. Okay, that's what I was wondering, Nathaniel. So are you so it's based, that 30% is based off of your, hang on. We might have liftoff here. So right here technically would be an entry. Now I do like, excuse me. Oh, I had to sneeze so bad I couldn't hit my mute in time. This is interesting here. And I didn't get filled. Feels bad. Okay, so I think what Nathaniel is saying is that 30% is based off of your profit, not your account. Yeah, okay, that's what I was wondering. But that doesn't make sense. I'm going to look into that because, okay, so let's say let's say you just start out and you have only a $50,000 account. Well, technically you don't have any profits. Are you saying you, like, then what can you make? I don't, that doesn't, yeah, exactly, Jay. That's my question. Like, how does that work then before you have profit? Or let's say I'm $300 in the negative. There's no way to figure out what 30% of that is. I mean, okay, so it's based off time of withdrawal. Okay, but what if it goes over 30%? Then what? Let's say at time of withdrawal, you have one day that is more than 30%. Then what? You just need to keep trading until it goes below that 30%, I think. Okay, that makes sense. Thanks for clearing that up, Nathaniel. I should probably know that. I've never really looked into the consistency rules. And never really never really looked into. I mean, most prop firms have it. Um, but yeah. That's interesting though. Like makes me want to go back and look at those withdrawals. For example, April. Here's Smita. How was he then able to take out 100,000 and 77,000? Like, how's that possible? And this is so he took a withdrawal April 4th and April 6th. In March, he took out 7,000. He took out 10,000 in February. And I'm pretty sure he took out something in he took out 10,000 in January. And he only has 3 accounts. Now you can see he has the $350,000 account, and that would meet his 3 months of the limited withdrawal amount, and then in April was the first month that he could. I mean, basically for that to be the case, he would have to have a buffer of like, I mean, how many like. I mean, I guess that's in 3 months' time, so. That's definitely possible. Hmm. yeah, that, I mean, it's definitely possible. I get that. Yeah, he was on the 4th month. But I'm just trying to think, like, how big of a buffer that he would have had to have in place for that. I mean, it would basically mean he didn't have any, one day where he made most of his money. He was just, the last 3 months, he's just been consistently making money is really what it means, which I know that is what Apex says they want. And let's just pause a little bit because I'm going to go off a little bit here. This is one thing that drives me a little bit crazy about Apex and about how they talk about some of this stuff. So, and I'm not dissing Apex. I love Apex. You should all know that. But I have a little bit of issue with the consistency rule, for example, because, okay, so they say that they want consistent traders, okay, and I get that. And obviously, now the question is, and I guess this is the question we don't know, is are those accounts on a live account? I would doubt it, just based off of, like, there's no need for them to put anyone on a live account. They make enough money that it really doesn't make sense to put them on a live account unless, I don't know. But the consistency rule, or like even the rule for when they were talking about limiting withdrawals and increasing the withdrawal threshold, when they talk about that, how would you want people to handle your money? That always drives me a little bit crazy because it isn't their money. It's a sim account. Like, stop pretending like we're trading Daryl's money. We're not. We're trading a sim account. So why do they care if someone makes a lot of money? The only reason they care is because they have to pay out more. So, that Vince guy had to be on a live account. Maybe. But, I mean, just look at the estimated P&L just from last month. This is Apex estimated, obviously, P&L from last month on some pretty hard numbers directly from them. They sold 277,000 eval accounts. Now, obviously, this is the average price I'm using. Could be different, but just that in itself is 9.4 million. They have 27,000 accounts got funded. The one-time fee for that is almost 4 million. So they made close to 13 million last month, and they paid out 3 million. That is not copy trading anyone. Now, if they did or put anyone on a live account, obviously, I mean, I guess they make more money, so maybe they do. I'm not saying they don't. And to me, it's not really a big deal either way, because you're getting paid out. It really, I mean, I'll be honest. If you're on a sim account, you're going to get more consistent fills than you are on a live account. Right, I think so too. And I think it makes sense that if they find people that are consistently making money, that they would put them on a live account, or they're copying their trades, either way. But putting them on a live account, what some people don't realize is putting people on a live account, there is a lot of paperwork to do. There's a lot of paperwork, and it's, yeah, I'm not saying they don't, but I'd be curious. I wouldn't be surprised if they didn't. I don't think they really have a reason to, other than, I don't know. Just my opinion. You're adding lucky windfall trading attempts. Right. I get it. I get that's what they say. Okay. Like, I know that's what they say. But that's on a sim account. Okay. So it doesn't affect them at all. Honestly, like, the only downside, like, there's two options that can happen if you get a trader that basically is looking for a windfall win. And option A is they blow the account, which is good for Apex. Option B is they get a huge win, and that's a negative for Apex. And I understand if they start letting that happen consistently, that is not what they want, and I get that. And I think, like, I understand it. I don't like, what I don't like is the insinuation that you're blowing their money, because you're not. Like they constantly mention in their videos that, and basically, hey, is that how you would want someone trading your money? Is that how you would want someone to, if you were funding someone, is that how you would want them to trade? I don't know, that rubs me the wrong way, because I want to scream like, it's not your money, it's a sim account. And I don't really care. It's just like, to me, it's like, it's not really being truthful about it. But I digress. Well, we've kind of made a newer high, pulled back to EMA, and we've just kind of been chopping around now. You know what? I need to check my email. I was ranting for too long. Maybe not. Need for greed. The need for greed. Unfortunately, we all have it. Yeah, copying the accounts, that makes sense to me because of not having to do all that paperwork in setting someone up on a live account. Like, I don't think we realize how much of a hassle, I guess, that is, versus keeping them on a sim account and just copying their trades. They build back. In what way, Nathaniel? I'm curious. I think I know what you mean, but in what way do you feel like they develop bad habits? Okay, we got a trade on CL here. What? No. Oh, okay, a short entry triggered. Short entry here, short here. We're below that. Okay. I'm gonna follow my signals. Now I do want to be right here on my stop loss. See if we can sell through here. $10.99 versus 60.40 futures. Yeah, I when I got an email, I think. Yeah, if you're on an LLC, yeah, I've looked into that. There's a little bit of I don't think the LLC really makes that big of a difference, honestly. But yeah, having to trade every day, that definitely 100% agree. And on the scalping, uh yeah. I mean I agree. I think there's also some things that they that kind of helps. Actually, all right, I actually need to end the stream for a little bit. I have to do a Zoom call and I can't do it while I stream. So I'm going to end the stream and I'll be back in probably about 30 minutes. So